Oh, Billy, it never goes right. All right, well, welcome live stream viewers tuning in. We're about to get started here. Had a torrential downpour, the blue side of the screening we have up at the East Pits here in. We had to scramble and get that fixed up. All my drivers are checked in. We've got some marshals out there. Appreciate everybody working together to make this happen. Get the good camera here in just a second. In the meantime, the order is, as is on the sheet here, is going to be Eric, David, Jason, Chris, and Brad. All right, there we go, the good camera. Hopefully it'll be working just fine all day. All right, gentlemen, things are looking pretty good here. 4 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Well, I was going to say Birthday Boy was out front. Caution in 3. And we're clear and running. Just to remind all our marshals out there today, remember, pick the car up and get out of the way. We should be seeing somewhere in the low 6-second laps for these guys. Same for short course late model, and maybe a little faster rug buggy late models. Patched up, I think, 4 little spots out there. Trying out Mike's new special formulation. All right, now, Eric Hostred, your leader in the SR10, rocking the blue and orange STP scheme. He ran that thing last week in Novice, first time racing oval. And now he's out here with the big boys. I believe he's running the stock SR10 tires, so I'm amazed they're working. Maybe he'll let us know differently. Oh, watch out on the back straight. Coleman having some issues here. Trying to get to the side, or he's waiting for somebody. 130 down, 230 to go. Eric showing the way. Now Chris Bradley taking over lead in that yellow and blue number 3. Hopefully he doesn't get the commentator's curse. They are separated by less than 2 tenths here at the line. Wags back 8 tenths in third. He's got his new body out there. Coming down the back straightaway, rocking that teal. Green number 78 on it. Feeney behind him by 1.2. Let's see if we can't find Feeney. He's in white and blue number 77. And Coleman rocking the white, blue, and red Mustang. Birthday Boy. Hopefully he can pull out a podium here tonight. Up next, our short course modified, our Traxxas modifieds. That's going to be Chris Thompson, Deacon Quanstrom, Andrew Hammond, Francesca Estrella, and Brian French. Reminder, drivers, staging is in turn 3. Throw your car down over there. Line up on the ramp behind the driver's stand. Let's keep a nice flow. Enter the ramp, exit down the stairs on that driver's stand. It's Wags showing the way now. Coming off turn 4 underneath Eric. Everybody on a 32 to a 34 lap pace right now. Fast lap is a 6.70 from Coleman. The slowest lap is a 6.9 from Eric, so everybody's between that. And I was hoping to be out here at 10 a.m. this morning to actually tune on my car. Caution in 1 and 2. Stay low through 1 and 2. Nature had other plans. Oh! Like Coleman caught the pipe there and went for a tumble. Again, Traxxas modified. Put your car down in staging. That's turn 3 behind the pipe. And line up on the ramp behind the driver's stand. We got 15 seconds in this one. Wags still showing the way. Coming off turn 4. Coleman in second by a lap and change. Chris behind him in third by just under 1 second. Eric back 8 tenths in fourth. Now Brad 8 tenths in fourth. Eric back 3 tenths in fifth. This is going to be tight. Keep going, keep going. Looking for Coleman to finish out here and shut it down. Jason Wagner setting the first round TQ for Ocala Bomber. 34 laps, 4:03. Coleman with 33. Chris, Brad, and Eric all with 32 laps there. Wow. Battle, guys. All right, let's put the cars down on the table. Return any of the house transponders to me. Head back out the track to Marshall. And let's get our Traxxas Modifieds down and checked in. So, boys and girls, since we opened up at 10 a.m., we've put over 2,600 laps on the track today. I consider that a fair amount. All right, drivers, slow it down. Red light is on. Once we get our marshals in position, which looks like we might actually have them out there. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Well, let's roll them off. You got 145 to turn and burn. Looks like we got Mr. Andrew checked in as well. Andrew back after a killer battle last week. Mike Raines in a Losi sprint class. He decided he needed another vehicle to come back out for some more action. We just posted that video this morning of that Losi, wingless Losi race from last week between Mike and Andrew for the lead, if I'm not mistaken. And then we had the other three battling out for the final podium spot. A heck of a battle. All right, if you're watching online, jump in the chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We're about to get started here. The order for this one: Chris Thompson, Deacon Quanstrom, Andrew Hammond, Francesca Estrella, and Brian French. 3 feet apart. This is why we can't have nice... I'm kidding. So it's 3 feet apart, so I can double check to make sure your transponder's on the right car and counting strongly. Here we go. And we're off and running. Whoa, somebody going deep. I think that might have been Andrew. Marshals are only going to get you if you're in a place where you can't get out of. Got to be easy on that throttle. Oh, we got mayhem. See what happened there. Caution in three, caution in three. Go high through three, high, high, high. Now low. Stay low in the back, low off of two, low off of two. That is not low. Who was that? Was that Brian? Come on, man. All right, 1 minute into this. Chris Thompson showing the way in that black and orange number 48. Deacon Quanstrom in second by 1.2. Believe he might have the fluorescent yellow stripes on his. No, one of the two up there. It's got to be. That thing's jacked way up. Andrew Hammond in third by a lap. Or make that Brian French now the third by a lap. Andrew behind him by a quarter second and fourth. And Francesca down to an 8-2 now. She's starting to get literally her first laps on the track today. So, and looks like they had to pull it over, making a something going on with the front end. All right, fast lap. Chris Thompson 7.26. Leader in that black and orange coming down the back straightaway. All right, just past halfway. Short course late models start heading this way. Chris and Deacon battling out here. 2.5 seconds between them. Chris down the front. Here comes Deacon off of turn 4. Got that yellow stripe on the bottom of his. Brian in third. Back a lap and change here. Andrew behind him by 3.3 right now. Let's see, that's Andrew in the blue, the darker one. Blue and green, I should say. Andrew's in the blue and green, and Brian's in the red and blue. Again, short course late model, the staging. Chris and Deacon both with 7.2s. Brian with a 7.5. Andrew with a 7.7. Here's a little more thunder roll out there. Got the Rock the Country concert going on at the Florida Horse Park, and I don't think Garth's there, so the thunder can't roll technically. 10 seconds. Chris and Deacon still 1.3 apart. Great battle between them on the clock here. Andrew and Brian now 0.2 apart, with Andrew in that third spot. And everybody's actually done that time by. Shut it down. Chris Thompson going to take it. 32.403 to a 4.04 from Deacon. Andrew with 29 laps and a 4.01. Brian with a 4.02. Difference of 0.7 there. Great battle, guys. I hope to see that second just as good as the first. All right. Give me 1 second here. Wouldn't be a race day without some sort of computer issue. All right, drivers, let's get him checked in. Looking for Coleman, Smothers, and Ponder. All right, boys and girls, we have all our marshals out there. Thank you, drivers. Looking for a short course, guys. I think they got tied up. Poor Mr. Anthony was pitted down at the end of the line, and I don't know if he was here when it started raining or not, but like everybody got his stuff out of the way for him. That ponder looks like it. All right, gentlemen, roll them off. You got a minute 35. Here comes the man himself. All right, so we got some new racers up in the next race, so this is going to be exciting. Oh, Anthony says he's good enough. He don't need no track time. All right, gentlemen, if you don't want it, we're going to go move forward here. So the order is Birthday Boy, Coleman, Smothers, and Ponder. And we're off. Here, pull it up to Brian, David. Just pull up to Brian in turn 3. Trying to fix it. He wants the body fixed on it. Hand it off to Brian over there. He can do something with it. I guess it's the left front body there. All right, while they work on Ponder, Coleman's showing the way here. 34.401, fast lap of a 6.58. Anthony trying to knock down the walls off of turn 2. And looks like Ponder's back out. So lately, Coleman's been the fast guy in short course late model. He's just had some bad luck. It's Coleman showing the way here on a 35 lap run. Anthony on a 32. Ponder on a 20 here. And let's see, fast laps, Coleman 6.45. Smothers 7.22. Ponder 6.59. Halfway. Up next will be our novice class. Caution out of 4, stay low off of 4. Gonna be Brad, Daxley, Jackson, Ava. First time for a couple of them. $1:15 to go. Like Coleman picked it up a little bit to a 6.44 fast lap now. Still rocking that 34 lap run here. Smothers on a 32. Ponders picked up to a 24. Fortunately, he had some early body issues there. Sorted out temporarily. That is time. Drivers, keep racing, keep racing. Anthony is done. David's done, and shut it down. Coleman setting the earlier run at 34. Laps 4:03. Smothers with 32. Ponder with 25. All right, novice drivers, nobody move their car. Everybody stop. I got to set your transponders to your car. That way it counts it properly. So I need Mr. Brad and only Brad to cross the start-finish line. That little bumpy section just before the driver stand. All right, Mr. Daxley. That is not Daxley. No, tell him to get away from the line. We'll get Daxley across the line. All right, now Jax. And last but not least, Miss Ava. All right, all my drivers are checked in. We need our marshals from that last race to come on out. Promise drivers, we'll give you some hot laps here in just a moment as soon as we have marshals out there. Coleman's out there. Mr. Smothers is working his way out there looking for Ponder. And one volunteer to help us out would be really nice. Thank you, Mr. Tim. One of you guys go to the far end. Mr. Scott's going to be coaching the kids up there to this round. All right, drivers, I'm going to give you guys hot laps. So roll them around there. You want to get the feel of the track, especially if you have any practice. Goal is just to drive down the center lane here in this class. We got a couple of our ARMAs out there now. All right, drivers, let's slow it down. Let's get him in order, drivers. Let's get him in order. Mr. Brad's going to lead us off here, followed by Daxley in second, Jax third, Ava fourth. Once again, it's random. Hold off, Mr. Brad. Try to stay 3 feet apart, drivers. And once you hear that tone go off or see the green light come on, then it's go time. Here we go. Whoa. Gotta roll into the throttle. Nice and easy. These are the ARMA Typhoon Groms out here in addition to our buggies. Start working on a program for the smaller scale stuff. Oh, I think that was Jax up on 2 wheels in turn 2 and he saved it. Ava. All right. After 2 laps, we'll give him 1 more lap and we'll go in that race order. All right, 45 seconds into this. Mr. Brad showing the way in that white black hooded car. That is the Palliser shaker body, if I'm not mistaken. Ava in second. Like she's coming down the back straightaway somewhere. Here she comes through 3 and 4 now. Got a silver and blue body. Actually, in the all blue Camaro out there. Not sure which chassis he's running. Definitely looks like a buggy, obviously. I don't know which version, though. We'll find out. And Jack's running the silver and blue, red body Grom, or Typhoon Grom. Sorry, all the Groms when they're that small. Novice class, you're coming out here to learn how to do the basics. Your lefts from your rights is the biggest thing. You're going to graduate up onto the next class we're about to have, Sportsman. Just about time for you guys to start heading this way. Caution on the back straight, caution on the back straight. Mr. Anthony. Stay low on the back. Oh, looks like Ponder's got it. Oh, we got one on the front straight. Got, which one was that? That Ava? Okay. We'll find out here when we cross the line. That extra lap. Caution out of 2. All right, fast lap so far. Brad with an 8.0, Daxley with a 9.6, Ava with a 10.9, Jax with a 10.1. Uno momento for my Latin-speaking friends. Oh, Mr. Schilling online here saying he wish he could be here right now. Sportsman, you're up in 40 seconds. Gonna be Brian, Bill, and Will. Caution in 3, caution in 3. Our 10 scale guys are trying to take it easy on the 18 scalers out there. Whoa, somebody's heavy on the throttle. I think that was Jax, perhaps. Brad dropping a new fast lap, 8.061, 8.1. That is time, drivers. Keep racing, keep racing. I'll tell you when you're done. Looking for one more here and shut it down. Brad Mallon going to take that one 26 laps, 4.08. Daxley with 21 laps, Ava with 19, Jax with 17. They did the number one thing they got to do. Is you got to finish in one piece. Great job. All right, looking for our sportsmen, Brian, Bill, and Will, to get them down and checked in. For Brian? Gentlemen, red light is on. Let's slow it down. You're only checking it in. Once we get marshals out there, we'll give you hot laps. That Mr. Will? That was. I'm looking for marshals, and you start heading this way. All right, we're going to get a couple of our adults out there to help them out for this one. These cars are a little bigger, a little faster. Mr. Brad's out there. Oh, thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Well, Scott's up next, so he's probably getting his car ready to rock and roll. All right, drivers, let's bring them up to speed. You got a minute 20 to turn and burn. Where's Daxley at? Out there? All right, there's Ava at. Can I get one volunteer to the center of the track? Help cover the front and back for me. One volunteer out there. All right, boys and girls. The order is Brian, Bill, and Will. Let's roll it off. All right, for my newer racers out there that are marshaling this one, you need to make sure you're looking both ways before you cross that track. Pick the car up and get out of the way. You should always be able to pick the car up from the front end. Know what's around the back end. All right, gentlemen, 4 minutes on that clock. Here we go. And we're off and running. Remember, everybody's on their own clock when they cross that start-finish line for the first time. I'm Harden down to an 8.38. Bill with an 8.43. Will with an 8.61. Caution for marshals. You got to look both ways here. All right, looks like Will's stealing the lead here. Oh, stay low and one, drivers. Black late model showing the way here by 6.9 seconds over Bill. Brian back 1.6. That might change here. Oh, it's down to just under 2/10 between Bill and Brian for that second spot. Brian has a fast lap of an 8.03. Will just dropped an 8.35, and Bill has an 8.43. And now Bill drops a new fast lap, an 8.03. Just 15 thousandths off the fast lap. Oh, Will caught sashaying down the straightaway, turning right at the end of the straightaway, gets into somebody else. Up next, Heat 1 of Losi Sprints. Andrew Hammond, Chris Bradley, Mike Raines, Brian French, Brian Hopkins. Will out there pulling some wheelies. That's a Traxxas Bandit, guys. If I'm not mistaken. Got some power in that thing. Just about a minute to go in this one. Brian taking over the lead here. 27 lap run going for him. Will back about a lap at the line. Bill behind him by 5.5. I saw a little wheelie time out of Bill's car there, or excuse me, Will's car. And Bill tried to do the same, but save the freestyle program. Jonathan Warden tuning in said he could have come run Sportsman. Yes, sir. You got to be here. Ten seconds, drivers. All right, that's the race clock. Drivers, keep going, keep going. Brian's done. Keep going, Bill. Brian is done. Only Brian. Still hot. All right, shut him down. Shut it down. All right, Brian taking that one 27-4 flat. Missed it by 7/10. Will with 26 and Bill with 25. All right, we are going to need a volunteer marshal to help out with those guys. All right, everybody check it in and park it down by the serpent sign. Everybody check it in and park it. All right. Let's see, Brian Hopkins, are you out there? Brian to check in. Ah, that's why the transponder was saying D. Remember, guys, red light is on. That is no hot laps, no different than a big car track. Need somebody to head down and help out Mr. Bill at the far end. And looks like Deacon's going to go down there. Thank you, sir. We're going to turn these guys loose. You got 145 to figure it out. Just roll them off, gentlemen. Uh-oh, not looking good for somebody. Looks like they're having to pull the body off to fix something here. Might be steering related. Hopkins out there testing the softball system already. Looks like everybody's happy with their laps. Got a great crowd standing by his trackside here to watch this one. Got a ball cup issue in one of them. Uh-oh, looks like it might be a little more than just a ball cup. All right, maybe not. All right, let's get them down and in order. It's going to be Andrew Hammond, Chris Bradley, Mike Raines, Brian French, Brian Hopkins. Once again, Andrew, Chris, Mike, Brian French, Brian Hopkins. Here we go. Oh, Reigns goes in deep. Somebody went in deep, cleaning out somebody. Let's clean it up, gentlemen. Caution in 3 and 4. And looks like we're clear. Oh, somebody turned in early, caught the pipe. Caution on 4. Brian in 4 and 4. Turn 4. And oh, that was Bradley. Hopefully, wheel it back to the front here. All right, after 55 seconds, Andrew Hammond showing the way here on a 33-lap run. Brian French behind him by 1 second. Chris Bradley in third by a lap and a little bit. And Brian Hopkins in fourth by 4 seconds. Go low into 3. We're clear. $120 down, $240 to go. Plenty of time. And looks like we're making a little pit stop here, putting another ball cut back on for somebody. Oh, caution down the back straight, go high in the back. High, 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 to the wall, to the wall. And stay on the wall, guys. Like there. Oh, see if you can't pop that back together. And I think caution in 2, caution in 2. We got a kerfuffle there. And it's a battle between Brian and Andrew now, just under 6/10 between them. Chris back 3 laps and change here. Maybe make that 4 laps. A problem in turn 3. Next tee to Losi sprint. Just got about a minute to go. Looking for Matt Vogel, Scott Quintel, Will Roberson, Chris Thompson, Eric Hosford staging. Brian and Andrew battling out. Just under half a second between them. Fast lap is Andrew 6.9, Brian with a 7.0, Chris with a 7.6, Hopkins with a 7.3, Reigns with a 7.0. Caution out of 4. That was Andrew. Stay low. Inside on the front. Inside on the front. Oh no. Ball cup. 5 seconds. That is time. Race it out, drivers. Race it out. Brian is done. Andrew is done. Shut it down. Brian French taking that one. 32 and 403. Andrew with 32, 406. Chris with 23. Brian Hopkins with 12. And Reigns with 8. All right, Losi. Heat 2, let's get him down and checked in. Vogel, Quintel, Roberson, Thompson, and Hosford. And looks like the Hosfords are tuned in from Paris, Tennessee, just in time to see Eric here in the Losi wingless sprints tonight. All right, I need a check-in from Will Roberson. Thank you, sir. Eric Hosford. Got some of our marshals out there already. Appreciate it. Eric's running Jay's transponder or his car. We're not sure. All right, drivers. Well, let's bring him up to speed. You got 135 to turn and burn.
All right, your starting lineup is going to be Matt Vogel, Scott Quintel, Will Robinson, Chris Thompson, and Eric Hosford. Pull them off. Scott coming out swinging with a fast lap of a 6.84. Coming right back with a 6.77. Scott Quintel out front, Will Robinson second, Chris Thompson third, Eric in fourth, and Matt back in fifth. Nice racing. Oh, watch it on the front straight. Watch it on the front straight. Go low, go low. All right, they're clear. They're clear. Halfway mark right there. No, no. Oh, caution on 2 and 3. Caution on 2 and 3. That shakes things up. Got Scott out in front, pulling himself a fast lap of a 6.0. Sorry, 6.60. Archery going on in the back, too. All right. Minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. We got Will Robinson out front, Chris Thompson second, Matt Vogel third, Scott Quintel fourth, and Eric is out. Quintel out in front, Chris Thompson second. Minute left, you heard it there. Matt Vogel in third, Scott Quintel in fourth, and Eric back in fifth. Oh, caution on the front. Caution 2 and 3, caution 2 and 3. Learn my corners eventually. Caution 3 and 4, go high, go high. Wheelies out of that one. God, I wish all races. All right, we're getting down, 20 seconds left. So Will Robinson out in front, Chris Thompson second, Matt Vogel third, Scott Quintel in fourth, and Eric back in fifth. Will on a 33.404 lap pace. All right, when you cross the line, the race is over. Matt, Chris, Will. All right, up next, Buggy Late Model. All right, gentlemen, your starting lineup for this one is going to be Brad, Todd, Mike Rooney, David Ponder, Tim Emery, Rob Rumplash, and Velasquez. Ready? Get rolling off. Once again, your starting lineup is Brad, Todd, Mike, David Ponder, Tim Emery, Rumplash, and Steve Velasquez. All right. All right. We're off. Oh, we got Mayhem on the back. Mayhem 3 and 4. Mayhem 2 and 3. Brad throwing down the heater of a 6-5-1. Oh. 3 and 4, 3 and 4. Go low, go low. Watch 2 and 3. Go low. All right, you got Todd out in front. David Ponder second. Oh. Brad and Steve just switched it up. Ponder back in fourth. Tim Emery fifth. Mike back in sixth. And Bob Rumplash back in seventh. Brad with a fast lap of a 6.32. Todd out in front on a 37.406 lap pace. Brad Feeney right behind him with a 35.401. Steve in third with a 34. Oh. Mayhem on the front straight. Mayhem on the front straight. Go low, go low. Oh, back straight. Go high, go high. Low. Turns 3 and 4. 1 and 2, go high. Not that high. Mayhem and the sound of Lexan. Right out there with that fast lap, though. He's got that 6.32. 2 minutes left. You heard it there. Todd still out in front. Brad back in second. Dave Ponder third. Steve Velasquez fourth. Tim Emery in fifth. Mike Rooney sixth. And Bob Rumplash in seventh. Mr. Allen on a 35.404. Brad on a 34.4 flat. Ponder on a 33.402, 401. Oh, Mayhem's 3 and 4. Nice footwork. Oh, watch that back straight. Clear, he's clear. Oh, watch it, 3 and 4. All right, almost a minute left. You got Todd in the lead, but you got Brad behind him with that fast lap. Oh, 3 and 4, watch out. Clear, it's clear. Oh, they're hooked up, they're hooked up. Oh. Right, you got Todd out in front, Brad behind him, Dave Ponder third, Tim Emery fourth, Steve Velasquez in fifth, Mike Rooney in sixth, Bob Rumplash in seventh. Brad still getting onto that heater with that 6.31. Right, 10 seconds to go. Oh, watch coming out of... Oh, dear God, I wish I had the replay on that one. Ramp car action. All right, when you cross the line, you are done, you are done. Todd is done. Brad is done. All right, wait. And... Oh. Whoa, race is over, guys. Race is over. All right, the finishing lineup on that was Todd Allen, Brad, David Ponder, Tim Emery, Steve Velasquez, Mike Rooney, and Bob Rumplash. Brad Feeney with a fast lap of a 6.31. All right, up next, Mud Boss 12 turn. Get our marshals out on there. We'll get ready to get some hot laps in, but marshals out there first. Waiting on a check-in from Brian. Everybody checked in. Hot laps. Track is open for hot laps. Starting lineup for this one's going to be Drew, Mike Raines, Deacon, and Brian. Guys ready to get them lined up? All right, starting lineup once again is going to be Drew, Mike, Deacon, and Brian. All right. Get some, guys. Oh, turns 3 and 4. Riding the rail. Mike coming out with a fast lap of a 7.43. Out in front right now, followed up by Brian French, Drew in third, Deacon back and forth. Deacon just laid down a heater. You got Mike out in front with a fast lap. Oh, he just went back to second. Brian out in front. Mike Raines right behind him. Drew in third. Deacon back and forth. Mike Raines with that fast lap of a 7.16.
All right, 90 seconds into this one. Brian French showing the way.
A lot of fun.
All right, just about halfway. 2 down, 2 to go. Brian French showing the way on a 31-lap pace. Raines behind him by 1.7. Raines in the black and green. Brian in the all blue or dark blue, purple. We're not sure what it is. Drew in the fluorescent yellow, number 14. Back 1.9 in that 4th spot behind Deacon in the other purple. I'm going to call Deacon purple and Brian blue. Probably that's what it really is. Last race of the first round. And Brian dropping a 7.1 new fast lap. Raines with a 7.1. Deacon with a 7.0 last time by. And Drew with a 7.2. Oh, Drew up on 2 wheels, rolling it over. Wheelie time. Drew throwing a little hip check on Reigns. $30 to go. It's Brian, Mike, Deacon, and Drew. Closest battle looks like Mike and Deacon 5 seconds, and then Reigns behind your leader by 5.9. And Drew right at a lap for Drew. Thunder rolls. Gotta wonder if they're actually having that concert down there now. That is time, drivers. Race it out, race it out. Keep going. Deacon is done. Reigns is done. Drew's done. Looking for Brian to finish out here and shut it down. Brian French, 32 laps, 4:06. Reigns with 31, Deacon with 30, and Drew with 29. All right, boys and girls, we're going to take a 10-minute break here. You need to check something on the track. Now is your time. Sorry, I wish I was able to announce that earlier. But once again, 10-minute break, 10-minute break. Round 2 will start at 6:40. All right, boys and girls, it's time for round 2. Looking for Bomber, come on down. Jason Wagner, David Coleman, Chris Bradley, Brad Feeney, and Eric Hosford. Ocala Bomber, you guys are up. Marshals will be guys from the last race. Brian, Mike Raines, Deacon, Drew, and probably a volunteer. We will attempt to give you guys another 10-minute break between the second round and the mains. Keep that in mind. We will try to do that. All depends on how fast you guys get through the round. All right, looking for Chris Bradley, Brad Feeney, Eric Hosford. Once again, just to clarify, we've had somebody mishear me. I'm going to try to do a 10-minute break after the second round as well. All right, let's roll them off, drivers. 90 seconds to turn and burn. We got some guys having some fun over there. We're not sure what they're doing in the corner. Gentlemen, your vehicular activities. All we did was blow it off, drivers. He's done anything else to the track. We just blew it off. All right, looks like my drivers are ready to rock and roll. We got Mary tuning in, wishing Mr. Bradley a happy birthday Thursday. This past Thursday or coming up? Coming up, all right. All right, Wags, lead them all, followed by Coleman, Bradley, Brad, and Eric. Here we go. Oh, wow. That was nasty, gentlemen. Let's clean it up. Caution out of 4, caution out of 4. And we're clear. And looks like Feeney tried to stuff it under the pipe there, entering turn 3. And loose off of 4 a little bit. Wag showing the way here. Coming down the front straightaway. That teal car with the yellow lettering on it. 35 lap pace. That's a new TQ run. Feeney in second by 2.2. Hosford in third. Battling out with Chris Bradley by 2 seconds now. And Coleman back up. Battle lap in fifth. Coleman dropping a new fast lap of 7.25. And if you're watching online, jump in the chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Who you're rooting for, if anybody. Wags, Feeney, both ahead of the current TQ of 34 laps, 4:03. Wags in the teal, Feeney rocking white and blue. Osford in the SR10, blue and orange. Chris Bradley in the yellow and blue Wrangler number 3. David Coleman rocking the Mustang body. He's got the white, blue, and red on it. Up next, Traxxas Modified. Let's get him to staging. That's going to be Chris Thompson, Deacon Quanstrom, Andrew Hammond, Francesca Estrella, and Brian French. Got Ganya and Casey Bass tuning in. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, follow all those good social media things. Help spread the word. "25 seconds. It's Wags, Feeney. Back 4.9. Hosford in third by like about a lap here. Chris Bradley back 4.8 in fourth. Coleman back 5 seconds in fifth with 5 seconds to go, drivers. Once again, Traxxas Modified to staging. That is the race clock. Keep going, keep going. Looking for Chris Bradley to finish out here and shut it down. Wags taking it, setting a new TQ. 35.403, picking up a lap there. Feeney beating the old time as well with 34.401. Going to put it second overall. Eric with 33.402. Going to bump up 2 spots to third. Chris Bradley back about 5 seconds with a 33 lap run as well. Going to improve his time, but drop 2 spots to fifth. And Coleman going to drop a spot or 2 to fourth with a 32 lap run. Four to 5 improving their times there. All right, drivers, once again, red light is on. Slow it down. We will get you hot laps as soon as my marshals are in position. Thank you, drivers. Appreciate it. All right, I need Chris and Andrew to check in. And we're all checked in. Excellent. All right, drivers, roll them off. You got 2:05 to sort it out. Oh, we got a kerfuffle on the back straightaway. Who's turning right down the straightaway? This is why we can't have nice things. I'm kidding. All right, looks like my drivers are ready to rock and roll. The order is Chris Thompson, Deacon Quanstrom, Andrew Hammond, Brian French, and Francesca Estrella. Here we go. Ooh, that caught him sleeping. 3 wide into turn 3. And I don't know how they made it through there, but they did. Plenty of time, drivers, plenty of time. Oh, Thompson throwing an elbow here. Paying the price. Oh, he's got it up again. Caution on the back straight. Stay high off of 2. And we're clear. At the line, Deacon going to stretch out a lead now over Brian French by 1.9 seconds. Andrew back 2.2. Francesca in 4th. And Chris Thompson dropping 2.8 behind her in 5th. Ooh, a couple drivers up on 2 wheels, biking the car up here. Chris Thompson down to a 7.26. Last time by, that's a new fast lap for the race. Quanstrom with a 7.41, French 7.46, Hammond 7.51, and Australia 8.1. Just about halfway, drivers. Short course late model to staging. That's going to be Coleman, Smothers, and Ponder. All right, got a great battle here going on for second right now between Brian and Andrew. 1 second between them. Deacon, new fast lap, 7.33 for himself, and now rocking a TQ run. Caution down the back straight, stay in the middle, And we're clear. Good job, drivers. Stay low in 3, drivers, low in 3. And we're clear. French down to a 7.37, new fast lap for him. 30 seconds to go. Right now, 4 of 5 drivers improving their qualifying time. Caution on the back straight, stay high, stay high. And we're clear. Race it out, race it out. Keep going. Francesca's done. Deacon is done. Andrew's done. Looking for Brian and Chris. And shut it down. Deacon Quanstrom going to take that one and set a new TQ. 32.402. Beat it by 1 second. Andrew with 31 going to bump it up the 3rd spot overall. Or improve his time, that is, at 3rd. Brian with 31 laps going to improve his time and stay 4th. Chris Thompson, 30 laps, going to drop 1 spot to 2nd overall. And Francesca improving her time, going to stay 5th. All right, Mr. Anthony's checked in. All right, looking for a check-in from Coleman and Ponder. Looks like they're on their way out right meow. Andrew, stay in the middle. Have the other two down there. Got this end covered. Awesome. That'd be perfect. Soon as. All right, drivers, roll them off. You got two. All right, looks like my drivers are ready to rock and roll. The order is Coleman, Smothers, and Ponder. Here we go. And Ponder dropping the new fast lap of the race is 6.57. Anthony with 7.0. And Coleman with a 6.57. Oh, Anthony pushing wide. Like he caught the pipe a little bit. Oh, caution in two. Go high through two. High through two. And George Bronick tuning in online saying happy birthday to Coleman. Coleman doing the over-under on Anthony there, making it look good. Now David Rock on a new TQ pace, 36.4 flat. Caution in 4. We're clear. Coleman answering back with a back-to-back fast laps at 6.43 now. The other guys have to start figuring something out here. All right, Novice, you're up next. 140 down, 220 to go. Looking for Brad, Daxley, Jackson, Ava. Anthony, new fast lap, 6.97. Everybody improving their qualifying time in this heat so far. Oh, caution down the front. Oh, Coleman. Appreciate you waiting. Thank you, sir. Maybe a little crazy to be facing the wrong way at doing it, but work with Anthony. His car is digging really hard and doesn't need to. Costing him some time right now. Caution out of 4. Coleman getting his elbows out there. He's like, this This medal is mine tonight, boys. Ribbon's mine tonight. Chicken dinner's mine tonight. Birthday. He kicks over one of the tools up there and yells, "This is Sparta." You know we got a problem. "20 seconds to go." Once again, Novice up in 20 seconds. Rocking that new TQ with 5 seconds to go. See if he can maintain it here. Oh, Ponder catching the pipe. That is time. Race it out. Keep going, keep going. Coleman and Ponder are done. Looking for Anthony to finish out here. And shut it down. David Coleman taking that one and setting a new TQ. 34.401. Picked up a 1.5 seconds there. Smothers with 33 and Ponder with 32. That's going to be the starting order for the main. All right, those boys and girls are going to put their cars down, step out back onto the track to Marshall. And we're going to get our novice drivers checked in here in just a second. Once again, drivers, hold your position. All right, let's do Ava's car first this time. All right, Jax. All right. Coleman's already out there. Thank you, sir. Drivers, please slow it down. Once again, red light is on. We'll get you hot laps here in just a moment. Mr. Brad's checked in. Here comes Daxley. All right, now we got 3 drivers out here to Marshall for this one. We need 1 volunteer to help us out. Thanks, you, Matt. All right, I need my marshals out here. Anthony, David, come on, gentlemen. All right, drivers, we're going to turn you loose, roll them off. Once again, you got 140. Yourself some room, bring them up to speed. Anthony, David, gentlemen, I need you out here. Once again, if you're just tuning into this one, haven't seen novice class race first round, got a couple of buggies out there running some bomber bodies, and we have a couple of Typhoon Groms. Armored Typhoon Groms out here are working on a program for all the small scale stuff here. Basically an introduction to racing. All right, drivers, let's slow it down and get them in order. All right, Mr. Brad leading us off here, followed by Daxley, Ava, and Jax. That's the order. Last second adjustment here on Daxley's car. All right, Mr. Brad, lead him off, followed by Daxley, Ava, and Jax. Here we go. Remember, you're on the clock when you cross the line. Now we're off and racing. Ooh, watch out. That was Jax driving it off the wall. And he almost got the marshal. Drivers, the throttle does go both ways. Easier to let off the throttle early and then let the car roll through the corner and then roll back into it. It is to slam the brakes at the last second. All right, 55 seconds into this one. Brad showing the way out there in that white and black, rocking the Chevelle shaker body, I believe it is. I don't think that's the small one. I think that's the shaker. I run the original Chevelle one from McAllister. Call that body Smoky. That car was supposed to be here today, but had other plans. Brad with a 7.8 on the previous lap. Daxley just dropped a 9.8. That's a new fast lap for him in that blue Camaro. Ava has a 10.5, and Jax has an 11.4 last time by. Oh no, somebody went out the track. And calm down on those throttles. All right, just about halfway, driver. Sportsman start heading this way. That's Brian Harden, Bill Roberson, Will Hagee. And Jack's new fast lap, 10.4. Oh, we got a little mayhem down the back straightaway. One of our smaller scale cars taking out the bigger cars. It is possible. Just about a minute to go. Brad showing the way on a 27-lap run. This is a new TQ run here. That white and black Chevelle. Actually rocking the Camaro in blue. Jackson Ava running the stock Harman Typhoon ground bodies. Oh, Brad coming in with the elbow drop on Daxley. Like, I'm not getting beat up on by a 6-year-old. No way, Jose. 30 seconds. Five seconds. Caution in three, caution in three. We got mayhem on the back straight. Help him out, help him out. Or her, don't know who it is. I think that's Jax. Daxley's done, Ava's done, Brad's done, and Jax is done. Shut it down. Ava finishing out with a fast lap of a 9.5 of that run. Brad taking it, and that's a new TQ. 27.411. Daxley with 21 laps, going to stay second overall. Ava with 19 laps, going to stay third. And Jax improving his time, we're going to stay fourth for the feature. Important thing is, your first time out is you want to keep it in one piece. All right, Sportsman, let's get him down and checked in. Drivers, the red light is on. All you guys got to do is check in and park it. Oh, Mr. Daxley, are you all right? Got to pay attention out there when you're marshaling. All right, who we missing out there? All right, thank you, Brian. Appreciate you helping the young ones out there. Down the far end, somewhere on the inside, perhaps. All right, drivers, roll them off. You got 90 seconds to sort it out. All right, looks like Bill's got some issues they're going to try to sort out for the main. Hopefully he'll be back out there for that. In the meantime, looks like my drivers otherwise are ready to rock and roll. Mr. Bryan's going to lead us off, followed by Will. All right, my marshals need to stay in position, gentlemen. Here we go. See if Will can keep the front end on the ground. All right, your current TQ, Brian, 27.4 flat. Oh, he was up on two wheels. And Will pulling off the wheelie. Looked beautiful, sir. And looks like they are going to get Bill back out there. Hopefully they got it sorted out. And Bill dropping the new fast lap of the race, a 7.47. Will with the 7.8 last time by, another new fast lap for him. Brian Harden showing the way on a 31 lap run here. That's 3 laps now, down to a 30 lap pace. 3 laps on the old TQ. Oh, Will catching the pipe there. .145 down, 2:15 to go. Up next, Heat 1 of Losi Sprint. Andrew Hammond, Chris Bradley, Mike Raines, Brian French, Brian Hopkins. And looks like Will's got some a cheering crowd online here. Top 2 ahead of the old TQ. Brian and Will, Mr. Bill on a 25 lap run. Getting the late start out after they thought he was out. Figured it out, got him back into it. Harden on the previous lap was a 7.51. That's a new fast lap for him. Will with a 7.56. Bill with a 7.47. Caution in 4, and we're clear. Caution in two, caution in two. Once again, the Losi Sprint Heat 1. You're up in 1 minute. Andrew, Chris, Mike, Brian, and Brian. Go high through 1 and 2, high through 1. $15 seconds. Less than a tenth between Will and Brian here. Will showing the way. $13 thousandths between them right now at the line. That is time. Race it out, race it out. Nobody's done yet. Brian is done. Will is done. Looking for Bill to finish out here. Now shut it down. Will Hagee holding on that one, 29 and 407. That's a new TQ. Brian beating the old time as well with 28 laps, and unfortunate last corner issue for them. They were 13 thousandths apart at that time. And oh well, that's how it goes. They're all in the main. And Bill with 27 laps after that late start, so he made a great comeback. Hopefully, main's going to be really exciting. Those guys are pretty close there. All right, time for one of our featured events tonight, I think. Losi Sprint Heat 1 of 2. We have 10 entries tonight, so there will be a B main. All right, looking for a check-in from Brian French. Everybody else is good to go. We got some marshals in position. Thank you, sir. All right, who we missing out there? Mr. Will is already out there. Bill's out there. We got a couple of volunteers helping us out with this one. We are going to need Mr. Brian, though. Here he comes. Thank you, sir. Help out down at this end. All right, drivers, let's bring them up to speed. You got 145. Wow, this is a change of events. So we have two cars not going to make the call for the second round, and sounds like they may be out for the night. We might actually have an 8-car A main. We'll see. It depends on how clean they get these laps in here. All right, drivers, let's get them in order. It's going to be your current leader in this heat, Brian French, currently qualified second, followed by Andrew, Chris, and Brian Hopkins. Here we go. Caution in two. Somebody's spinning it out. Caution 1, stay high through 1. And we're clear. Check up there. All right, it's Andrew showing the way on a 32-lap run here. Going to bump up 1 spot to second overall if he can maintain this. Brian Hopkins in second by just over a lap. Brian French behind him by 2 seconds in third. And Chris, fast lap on the previous lap of an 8-2. Rocking fourth right now. Couple guys getting into some kerfuffles here. All right, just give it to Brian if we can't get it done. All right, he's got it. Good job. Caution on the front straight. Caution up front. Take it inside, gentlemen. Keep it inside on the front. And Chris is pulling over like he may have a steering issue. All right, just past halfway. Losi Sprint Heat 2. Ooh. Caution on front straight. Caution on front straight. And looks like Chris is going to get it back out there for some more laps, getting her dialed in. That thing just hooked on him. Caution in 1 and 2. And we're clear everywhere with just about a minute to go. Brian Hopkins showing the way on a 30-lap run now. Going to bump up 4 spots to 5th. Quintel, come here a second. All right, drivers, that's time. Race it out, race it out. Chris is done. Andrew's done looking for Brian Hopkins and shut it down. Brian Hopkins, 31 laps, going to take that one. Going to bump up 4 spots to 5th at the moment. Andrew with 28, going to stay 3rd. Chris Bradley with 19 laps, going to stay 7th.
We got
All right, all my drivers are checked in. Mr. Eric's out of this one, possibly out tonight. I think he's out tonight. All right, let's get our marshals in position, please. All right, once again, marshals, watch out. We're going to turn them loose here in 95 seconds. Roll off. All right, looks like our drivers are ready to rock and roll. Who are we missing from marshals out there? Got 3. French, yeah, I need them out here. Ryan French or a volunteer here in turn 4. There he is. Thank you, sir. Right here in turn 4. Go down there either way. All right, drivers, roll it off. Will Roberson, Chris Thompson, Matt Vogel, Scott Quintel. Here we go. Oh, we got a little kerfuffle in 1 and 2. Come on, guys. High through 3, 4. High through 3 and 4. We're clear. Coming off turn 4, your leader, Scott Quintel. 6.95 last time by. Black car with the purple and white highlights on it. Vogel in second by 3.8. Roberson back 1.6. Washington 3. Help him out. Back on the front, and that was Mr. Thompson. Quintel now rocking a new TQ, 34 laps, 4:02. Vogel improving his time, but going to line up 7th at the moment. Roberson in 3rd by 1.7. Thompson back a little bit here in 4th right now. Halfway. Up next, Buggy Late Model start heading this way. Gonna be Todd, Mike, Ponder, Emery, Rumplash, Vasquez, Feeney. Quintel dropping a 6.61 last time by. Vogel 7-2, Roberson 7-0, Thompson 7-6. Caution down the back straightaway. Go high, go high. "40 seconds. Buggy late model once again to staging. Quintel Roberson back 3 laps. Vogel behind him by about a lap here. And Thompson back 10 seconds in 4th. Five seconds. Vogel is done. Chris is done. Scott's done, and shut it down. Scott Quintel taking that one, setting a new TQ. 35 laps, 4:03. Roberson with 32. He's going to stay second. Vogel with 30 laps. He's going to bump up, actually improve his time, but drop 1 spot to 7th. Chris Thompson with 29 laps. And he's going to drop 1 spot to 5th overall. Once again, at the end of the round, we'll have a 10-minute break. Track will be open for that 10 minutes. Let you know when we start the mains. All right, looking for a check-in from Mike Rooney and Bob Rumplash. All right, gentlemen, bring them up to speed. You got 2:15 to turn and burn. Spread them out. Caution 3, guys. Caution 3. All right, looking for Quintel. We got Vogel out there, Thompson, Will, and Hosford. Mr. Hosford, need you out here. Mr. Bass tuning in online here and saying, y'all got to stay out of Brad's way this time. Need Eric or a volunteer in the center of the track, please. Eric or his volunteer. Like Anthony's going to do it. No, there's Mr. Eric. Thank you, sir. Either way, got a lot of cars in this one, trying to give us the best possible opportunity we have to keep this clean. Remember, drivers, you guys controlling the wheels here. All right, boys and girls, the order is Todd Allen, Brad Feeney, David Ponder, Tim Emery, Steve Vasquez, Mike Rooney, and Bob Rumplash. All right, transponder's looking decent. Here we go. And we're off and running. And looks like Todd's going to Brad a little room. Oh, caution on front. Go inside, 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 inside. To the pipe, to the pipe, to the pipe. That is not to the pipe. They load through one, load through one. And we're clear at the moment. It's Feeney, Allen, Emery, Rooney, Rumplash, Ponder, Vasquez at the line. Caution out of 4. And we're clear. Caution out 4. Stay in the middle, in the middle. In the middle, guys. Keep it in the middle. And we're clear. Caution down the back. Into 3, low into 3. Stay low into 3, low into 3. On the pipe, guys, on the pipe. And I think we're clear. Go high into 1, high into 1. And we're clear. All right, just past halfway, 220 down, 140 to go. Todd Allen showing the way on a new TQ run here. If I'm not mistaken, he's the black car with the turquoise lettering on it. Feeney in second by 0.6. Emery in third. Feeney in the mostly white with the yellow spoiler. Emery in the white and blue. David Ponder in the black and green in fourth. Mike Rooney, I think he's in the all red number 44. Yes, he is. Steve Vasquez in sixth with the fluorescent yellow and blue. Caution out of 2. Caution out of 2. And we're clear. Caution in 2. Caution in 2. Stay low on the back, low on the back. High in the front, stay high in the front at the line. And we're clear. 15 seconds. Caution out of 2, stay high off of 2, high off of 2. Race it out, drivers, race it out. Stay low on the back, low on the back, low on the back. Not you, Bob. You're the wrecked car. You drive off straight. And shut it down, shut it down. Todd Allen taking that one, 35.401. Feeney with 35.402. Emery with 32. Rooney 31. Ponder with 31. Vasquez 29. And Rumplash with 27. Out of all those guys, Emery, Rooney, and Rumplash were the only ones to improve their time that run. All right, Mud Boss, 12 turn. Let's get him down and checked in. All right, looking for a check from Mike Rains and Deacon Quanstrom. Looking for Rains and Deacon. Gentlemen, otherwise, let's roll them off. You got 150 on the clock. All right, looks like my drivers are ready to rock and roll. The order is Brian French, Mike Rains, Deacon Quanstrom, Drew Sigler. Here we go. Oh, we get a little touchy-feely out there, guys. All right, it's Rains, Quanstrom, Sigler, French at the line here. Let's see how it shakes out after a few more. Oh, Rains catching an edge, rolling it over. All right, a couple new fast laps out there. Caution down the back straight. Stay low, stay low. And now Drew to the lead at the moment. Let's see what happens when he crosses the line here. And he's going to fall back to third. Top three separated by 3 seconds. And Brian back about a lap here. Had a bad lap there. A couple bad laps. Hopefully he can get it cleaned up here. Caution in 2. And we're clear. Deacon with a 7.21 on the previous lap. Mike with a 7.28. Drew down to a 7.37. Brian French with a 7.30. Once again, this is the last race, the qualifying. We'll have a 10-minute break after this. We'll get started up somewhere around, just around 8 o'clock. Go high through 2, high through 2. And we're clear. Oh, Drew, go low inside, inside, inside on the front straight. Drew and Mike. All right, so we got some battles picking up here now. Quanstrom out front by about 2 laps. Go high through 1, 2, high through 2. Come on, guys, pick the cars up and get out of the way. And it's kind of like standing in a tornado and not expecting to get hit by some debris. Quanstrom rocking a 32-lap run here. Go low through 4, low through 4. It's Quanstrom, Rains, Sigler, French. About 2 seconds between Drew and Brian. Mike ahead of them by about a lap now. Oh, somebody upside down, and that was Brian. 20 seconds to go. Five seconds. That is time, drivers. Race it out, race it out. Stay low through 2, low through 2. Brian is done. Deacon is done. Mike is done. Looking for Drew. And shut it down. Deacon Quanstrom going to take that one and set a new TQ. 32.403. Picked up 3 seconds on Brian's first round run. Mike Rains with 30 laps going to drop 1 spot to 3rd. Drew with 29 going to stay 4th. And Brian with that 28 lap run going to revert to that first round run and line up 2nd. All right, boys and girls. We're going to take a 10-minute break here. Mains will start at 8:05. Track is open for practice. Once again, mains at 8:05, so just about 15 minutes. All right, boys and girls, it is 8:06. It's time for the mains. Ocala Bomber start heading this way. Jason Wagner, Brad Feeney, Eric Hosford, David Coleman, Chris Bradley. Marshals will be 12-turn Mud Boss, Deacon Brian, Mike Raines, Drew Sigler, a volunteer. All right, looking for some check-ins here. My marshals. All right, looking for a check-in from Brad and Eric. All right, boys and girls, let's bring them up to speed. All right, boys and girls, who we missing out there? We got Drew out there. All right. Ava, you going to be okay? Can't be scared of these. All right, drivers. Your top qualifier for Ocala Bomber A main, the dirt herder, Jason Wagner, 35,403, going to lead him off here, followed by Brad Feeney in second, Eric Hosford in third, David Coleman in fourth, and Chris Bradley in fifth. Here we go. We are clean and green. Coleman making a pass. Oh, he's sideways off a two. And that's going to put him to the back now. Was going for third spot. Feeney all over Wags here. Feeney's car might be a little better in the corners. Wags going to make him work for it, though. Oh, they get touchy-feely. All good. That was side-to-side contact. Caution in two, and Clear. Oh, Wags going for the e-ticket ride. Stay low in the back, low in the back. And we're clear. Wags gonna have to work his way back to the front. He's down to fourth now. Only Coleman behind him. Feeney dropping a 6.73. Eric with a 6.8. Chris 6.8. Wags 6.7. And Coleman with a 7.1. I don't think Eric could do that again if he tried. $130 down, $230 to go. Your leader now, white and blue, blue and white. Osford in second now, in the blue and orange, and Eric in third. Wags reeling them back in though. 1.5 back. Wags the new fast lap is 6.7. Stay low off of two, drivers. And we're clear. Coleman with a new fast lap of a 6.9, so everybody down below a 7. Chris Bradley holding on to that second here over Wags at the line by 2.2. Coleman back 3.9, Hossford back 0.4 in that battle for that 4 spot. Oh, Chris probably should have backed out a little bit, give himself some room. It's all good, guys. It was side by side there. Ooh, Bradley in sideways. Beneath the stoplight. 1 down, or 3 down, 1 to go. Traxxas modified to staging. That's going to be Deacon, Chris, Andrew, Brian, and Francesca. They low through 4, low through 4. And that's definitely going to put Eric to the back of the field here. See if he can't reel his way in. Oh, too far out in 4. Rocking a 35 lap run here for Brad Feeney. Gonna need some help to lose this one. Wags all the way up to second now, but he's back a lap. Oh, race it to the line, race it to the line. Looking for one more and shut it down. Brad Feeney gonna hold on to that one. 34-4 flat. Wags with 33. Coleman 32 and third on the podium. Chris Bradley with 31 and Eric with 30. I saw that, Chris Bradley. Who's trying to help things out? All right, all right, all right. Let's get our Traxxas Modifieds down and checked in. All right, drivers, let's roll them off. Turn them loose. You got 145. Caution on the front straight. All right, if you're watching online, jump in the chat, pick the winner of this one. All right, looks like Deacon's not going to take any hot laps here. He is going to save it for the race, perhaps. All right, boys and girls, your top qualifier for Traxxas Modified. Deacon Quanstrom, 32.402. He's going to lead us off here, followed by Chris Thompson, Andrew Hammond, Brian French, Francesca Estrella. All right, 4 minutes on the clock for your short course modified, Traxxas Modified A main. Here we go. And we're off. We got a little man out there. Thompson to the lead. Deacon and Andrew, Brian and Francesca. Your leader, Chris Thompson, coming off a turn 4 in that black and orange, number 48. Andrew Hammond in second by 1 second. Deacon behind him by 3/10 with a new fast lap of a 7.3. Top 3 separated by 1.2. Goes out, low down the back, low down the back. Inside on the back. Here. That might shake things up here a little bit. Not Mr. Brian French in that 4th spot. Number 74 out there, back 4 seconds. And Francesca saving that one. That could have been bad. Good job, great job. Hammond with a 7.29 previous lap. He's second by 1.1. Your leader coming off turn 4 in that orange and black. Andrew rocking that Traxxas body with the green on it. Deacon's got the fluorescent yellow stripe on the bottom. Oh, he got tangled up in turn 4. That was Brian with the leader. And leader tangled up in turn 2 again. Andrew to the lead now. Deacon to second. Chris all the way to third. And Chris is essentially back a lap at the line here. Halfway into this one, he's going to need some hero laps out of this. He can do it, though. He's got the fast lap of a 7.21. Andrew with a 7.29, Deacon 7.29, Brian 7.41, Francesca 7.88. Caution for, caution for. And we're clear. 1:30 to go. Up next, short course late model. Start heading this way. It's Deacon and Andrew battling out. A 10th between them. Down the back straightaway they go. Brian got a little crowded there, but he's trying to stay out of the battle right now. Oh, our leaders get tangled up. Oh, Deacon hits the ankle of the marshal. So Andrew going to retain the lead here. And it looks like Chris might be catching him. He's back 1.2 in that third spot now. Brian back a lap in fourth. Top three separated by just over 5 seconds with less than 30 seconds to go now. Leader coming off turn 4 with the green and blue on it. Deacon was up on 2 wheels there. Chris behind him here with 10 seconds to go, trying to steal away that second spot again. They're going to get one more lap, 5 seconds to go. And it looks like Andrew going to be on a victory lap here. Race to the line. Deacon hits the wall. Chris is going to get past him. You're done when you cross the line and shut it down, shut it down. Andrew Hammond going to take that one, 33.407. Chris Thompson getting gifted that one there at the end. And second with 32 laps. Deacon with 32 laps going to finish third. Brian with 30 laps in fourth. And Francesca with 27 laps in fifth. Great battle there towards the end. Got the world famous Mr. John Grant tuning in from Sarasota, saying the racing looks great all, and he thought the leader was going to take the win in that last race. And unfortunately for him, he was wrong. All right, looking for Coleman, Smothers, and Ponder to get him down and checked in. All right, gentlemen, we'll roll them off. All right. Let's get them in order. Your top qualifier for short course late model A main, David Coleman, birthday boy, 34 laps, 4:01, going to lead us off, followed by Anthony Smothers and David Ponder. All right, marshals, look alive. Here we go. Right now, if Anthony missed a lap or something, definitely missed one. Assuming he's racing heads up here with David right now. It's Coleman over Ponder by 5.5. Anthony back Add that lap. I'm pretty sure he's still on the same lap here. Anthony back 2.9. All right, Novice, you're up next. Start heading this way. Coleman rocking a 37 lap pace right now. Ponder on a 36, Smothers on a 34. Oh, your leader upside down. That's going to allow Ponder to catch up here. Now the battle for the lead is about the length of a straightaway. Coleman leading by 1.7 last time by, and it is now 2.6. Ponder catching a pipe there a little bit. Smothers back a lap at the line. And Novice is up next. "30 seconds. Others with a 7.25 last time by. Ponder at a 7.20. Coleman 7. He's got the fast lap though, is 6.4 according to my information. Right, wrong, guys. 3, 2, 1. That is time to cross the line. You are done. David Ponder going to take second place there. Everybody's, well, Smothers is done now. Feeling his transponder's acting up a little bit. Either way, David Coleman taking the victory, backing it in across the line. 36.404. Ponder with 35. Smothers with 34. Congratulations to Mr. David Coleman on getting a little birthday victory out of that one. Bomber race a little rough for him, so he came back and redeemed himself. All right, boys and girls, let's put the cars on the table and head back out the track to Marshall. We got our Novice A main here. Looking for Daxley. All right, let's get Ava to check in for me real quick. Ava? And Jax? All right, both my drivers are checked in there, and Mr. Daxley on his way out. Brad had to skedaddle. About his kitchen pass ran out or something, we're not sure. Check it in, Daxley. All right, he's good to go. Let's get our marshals out there from that last race. Gentlemen, come on out. All right, drivers, roll them off. You got 2 minutes to make any adjustments you need. Watch out there. All right, I need Smothers and Ponder out here. If Smothers is out here, I need Ponder out here. Down at the far end, please. Thank you, sir. All right, drivers, let's slow it down. Let's slow it down and get them in order. Your top qualifier, 27 laps, 4:11. Unfortunately, he had to go. Mr. Brad, lining up first overall here will be Mr. Daxley Vogel, Ava Chapman in second, Jax Chapman in third. Let's roll it off, drivers. All right, hold on. Everybody slow down. Get them back in order. It's Daxley, Ava, and Jax. We're going to do a whole lap here in order. Just like the big race cars do. Here we go, go. And we're off and running. Tuning in, we got some fresh racers out here today. Ava and Jax rocking the Typhoon Groms. Daxley out here with his buggy, rocking the Arrow body right now. Daxley trying to use up all the track there. Doing great, guys. Number one goal is to finish the race. One piece. Right now, Daxley showing the way over Jax by 1.5 and Ava back 2.7. So everybody's still on the lead lap here. Jax looking for a way to pass. And, oh, we got a kerfuffle. And I believe that's going to put Ava into second at the moment. Got to get together and run down Mr. Daxley here. And swerving and make a pass. 155 down, 205 to go, just about halfway, drivers. Somebody going deep into three. I think that was Jax. But he's still on the same lead lap here at the moment. But in second by 6 seconds. Jax behind her by 1.3. And looks like it might be getting a little closer here. Somebody going out wide. I think Jax has now made the pass. Have to reel him back in here, and Daxley on the way, taking it nice and smooth. All the family members get together. Generally don't want to wreck your teammates or family members. Doing great, though. Up next, Sportsman. Start heading this way. Hey, Will, Brian, and Bill. "30 seconds to go." Almost a whole lap behind Daxley, who's right behind her on the track. Jack's back 7 seconds. Critical you don't wreck here at the end of the race. A couple guys give up position here for that. 5 seconds. That is time. When you cross the line, you will be done. Jax is done. Daxley's done. Ava's done. Shut it down. Daxley Vogel going to take that one 23 laps in 4:05. Ava Chapman with 22 and 4:06. And Jax Chapman with 21 and 4:01. Great job, guys. Y'all finished the race. That is the biggest thing going right now. Don't forget, at the end of all the racing, we still got podium pictures to take. Sportsman, let's get them out there down and checked in. All right, boys and girls, looking for a check-in from Brian. And I need transponders back. Got Daxley out there. Jax is out there. Ava's out there somewhere, I hope. Thank you, young lady. And I don't mean you, Scott. I said I don't mean you, Scott. Ava's out there to Marshall. All right, drivers rolled off. A few extra seconds here. You're going to have about minute 20. 80 seconds on that clock. And we're looking for Brian Harden. As far as I know, he was still making this one. I know we have a couple guys in the next one are going to be out. And the buggy late model. Anybody see Brian out there? Just let me know he's still here. I don't know if hitting outside in a trailer or something. Brian Harden. Anybody see Brian Harden? Out? Okay. All right. Well, I don't. Nobody sees him. Then trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. Sometimes you gotta hit the can or something. But he might have told me he was not going to be here. I don't remember. There's so many people that I can't remember. It happens. Perfect place when you get old. All right, your top qualifier for Sportsman, Will Hagee, 29 and 407 is going to lead him off, followed by Bill Roberson. Here we go. Ooh, Bill getting out to the wall there. All right, 120 into this, 240 to go. Will Hagee showing the way by 4.5 seconds. Oh, caution on the back straight. Both our drivers are upside down. Now rolling that throttle. You know Bill's got a fast car. Feeling he might have made a change that may not be working out for him. All right, 145 to go. Up next, Losi sprint. Start heading this way. Will's showing the way on a 29 lap pace now. 406, about right in line with his TQ. Will's got the fast lap though of a 7.7. The Will's 7.8. The wheelie action from Will. And Will still holding on the lead here. Bill had a couple of bad laps there, and he's back a little bit. He can't work his way forward here. 50 seconds to go. All right, I need my marshals to make sure they're focused on their place there. Same as you'd want done for you guys. Remember that. Iggy's showing the way. Last time out with an 8.8. Still comes by with an 8.0. Picks up a couple of tenths there. Let our math majors online keep track of that. 10 seconds to go. Looks like we're going to get at least one more lap here. That is time. You're done when you cross the line. And shut it down. Will Hagee going to take that one 29.404. Bill Robertson with 26.402 and the fast lap of a 7.7. And unfortunately, Mr. Brian Harden off. We're not sure. All right, boys and girls. Losi sprint. We're going to need all hands on deck for this one. And no, it's not actually 10-car main. We had some guys that broke, and then we had others. Had to skedaddle, so just made it easier on me to put them all together, and we'll get them sorted out here. We're going to need all hands on deck. A couple of volunteers to help us out with this one. All right. All my Losi sprint cars get checked in and park it for a second. I know Eric's out, Mike is out, Andrew is out. Is Brian in or out? I think Brian's out too. Sorry, French. French is out. All right, drivers, let's bring them up to speed. You got 145 to turn and burn. And we're going to need all hands on deck here. Any volunteers we can get for this one would be awesome. Definitely going to need one in the middle of the track altogether. Once again, need one volunteer in the center of the track, and we should be good with that. I need one volunteer to the center. Guys are scared. They just want to watch the race. And it'll be the best race of the night. And looks like Mr. Bryan is going to marshal for us. Thank you, sir. All right, everybody listen up very carefully. Once again, drivers, if I tell you to go somewhere, you need to go that place. Inside is to the pipe, outside is to the wall, through the middle is through the middle. If I tell you to slow down, slow down, slow down, you need to slow down and look ahead. Marshals, remember, there are 6 of them out here. They're going to be coming by once every second. So you need to get out there, pick the car up, and get out of the way, and then set it down when it's clear. Do not turn the cars over in front of the other cars. Just pick it up and move out of the way. All right, boys and girls, your Losi Sprint A main top qualifier. 35 laps, 403. Scott Quintel is going to lead us off, followed by Will Roberson, Chris Thompson, Brian Hopkins, Matt Vogel, and Chris Bradley. We're going to do that one more time. At a really low hit from somebody here. I think that might have been Quintel. Yes, sir. Very low. I don't know how it's even counting. All right, gentlemen, stop the cars. Stop the cars. We're going to give Quintel an opportunity here to get that transponder sorted out. I'm reading 77 over 51, so I don't know how it's even picking it up. Cross over the line one more time for me, sir. Yeah, 86. All right. Is your transponder vertical or horizontal? Yeah, why don't you try to put it flat real quick? It's got some signal, but it's I don't think it's going to count during half the race there. So we'll give him a second here. That's just going to drive the anticipation a little bit. I can't imagine the digital readout of my decoder just went bad on that third number, so everybody else is up in the hundreds. Much better, much better. Sounds like it's a 3-wire. All right, all right, all right. All right, drivers, roll off one more time. Scott, Will, Chris, Brian Hopkins, Matt Vogel, Chris Bradley. Here we go. And we're off and running. Caution down the front straight. Go high, go high, go high. To the wall, to the wall, to the wall. Pick the car up. Get out there and pick the car up. To the wall, drivers, to the wall. Stay low in the back, low in the back. And we're clear. High through 4, high through 4. And we're clear. Low, high through 2, high through 2. And we're clear. A couple ball cups out here. They low down the front, and we're clear. It's Will, Chris, Bradley, Chris Thompson, Matt Vogel, Scott Quintel, Brian Hopkins. Closest battle is between, let's see, Scott and Matt, perhaps? Oh, Chris Thompson and Scott Quintel now. Can't find our leader, Will. Coming down the back straightaway. Like Quintel got past him. Still driving the smart line here, just keeping it clean. Chris Bradley back 5.2. Quintel up to third now, passing Chris Thompson. But Quintel back 2/10 behind Chris Bradley. Oh, caution to one. Stay low through one, and we're clear. Halfway. Caution three. Stay low through three. Now, stay low through three. Uh-oh, somebody popped an axle out. See, they can't put that one back together. And looks like there might be something on the track there. I don't think that one's... And it looks like Hopkins might be having problems. It's Roberson, Thompson. Was Bradley in third, and Quintel, Vogel, Hopkins. Caution to start finish line. Brian. And looks like dead. 39 seconds. And looks like Bradley's going to get back out there with 20 seconds to go. Caution down the back straight. Stay low. And we're clear. 10 seconds to go. Caution on the back straight. 2, 1. You're done when you cross the line. Will's done. Chris is done. Looking for one more here. And shut it down. Will Roberson taking that one. 32.401. Thompson with 31. Bradley with 21, that's your podium there. Quintel in fourth, Vogel fifth, Hopkins sixth. All right, buggy late model. All right, looking for buggy late models. Get them down and checked in. I've got Emery and Rumplash checked in so far. Looks like Mr. Todd's out there. Looking for Feeney, Ponder. I know Rooney and Vasquez are not making the call. Like they're working on Ponder's car right now. All right, Daxley, come back off the track, sir. Got guys that are supposed to be out there. They need to do this one. This one's going to hurt. All right, Marshall's Look Alive drivers. Let's bring them up to speed. You got 145. All right, looks like everybody's ready to rock and roll. Your top qualifier, 35 laps and 3:57. Mr. Todd Allen's going to lead us off, followed by Brad Feeney, David Ponder in third, Tim Emery fourth, and Bob Rumplash fifth. Here we go. Todd leading the way here. Feeney's looking pretty good, though. Ponder in third. The way they started, the way they're running right now. Battle for the lead here, 1.7 apart. Couple new fast laps out there. Todd with a 6.1, Feeney 6.27, Ponder 6.73. Emery with a 6.62, Rumplash with a 7.2. Todd showing the way by 2.5 at the line. Caution to four, caution to four. And we're clear. 130 down, 230 to go. Up next, final race of the night, 12-turn Mud Boss. Rumplash new fast lap 7.0 on the previous lap. Todd and Brad. Like Todd trying to put Brad a lap down, and looks like he's done so at the moment. Brad gonna battle back here. Ponder holding on that third. Where is caution in one? That was Ponder in third. Sideways. Emery back 5.4, and that's going to tighten things up a little bit here for that final podium spot. Two and a half seconds between Ponder and Emery. You heard it there. 3 down, 1 to go. Caution out 2, stay low off of 2, low off of 2. And we're clear. Caution to 4, caution to 4. Oh, that was close. "20 seconds to go. Five seconds. Race it to line. Feeney's done. Rumplash is done. Looking for the rest of them. And shut it down. Todd Allen going to take that one, 39.405. Feeney with 37. Ponder with 36 on the podium. And Emery with 35 in fourth. Rumplash with 27. All right, boys and girls, final race of the night. This could be the best one overall here. Watch online, pick the winner of this one. Right now, these guys about 2 to 3 laps apart, but I think with a couple adjustments, is going to tighten up here a bit. Don't forget, we still got podium pictures after this race. All right, just looking for a check-in from Drew. He's getting up there, and our marshals. 1's out there, 2 is out there. Brad. Anya's picking Deacon for this one. All right, we had 5 or 6 guys on that last race. Need them out here ASAP. We can get this one in the books. All right, drivers, we're going to let you turn them loose. You got 95 seconds. All right, all right, all right. Looks like our drivers are happy with what they have in their car. Anybody make radio changes? All right, boys and girls, your top qualifier, 32 laps, 4:03. Mr. Deacon Quanstrom going to lead him off here, followed by Brian French in second, Mike Raines third, Drew Sigler in fourth. All right, boys and girls. It looks good. Here we go. And we're off and racing. Oh, Raines might have got a little touchy-feely there. It was very close. All right, 45 seconds into Deacon showing the way. Raines in second, Sigler in third, French in fourth. All right, fast laps from Quanstrom, 7-1, Raines 7-4, Drew 7-4, French 7-1. Oh, somebody's upside down. That's your leader. I think Feeney had a kick save there. And it's a 4/10 battle lead between her top two. Drew back about a second and a half. Oh, Brian going for a little tumble. Battle for lead down the front straightaway by 9/10. Purple car. And it looks like Deegan's changed his car number now down to a 7. Reigns in the black and green in second. 9/10 of the line. Drew in the fluorescent yellow back 2 seconds in third. 1:10 to go. Caution on front straight, caution on front straight. That was our leader. No, it wasn't. Excuse me, that was Brian. Heard a Ric Flair sighting out there with 30 seconds to go. Deacon and Mike by 3.3. Drew back 1.6. Ten seconds to go. That is time to cross line. You are done. Deacon Quanstrom taking the victory here. 33.401. Reigns 405. Drew with 32 and 403 on the podium. And Brian French having a little early kerfuffles there with 30 laps in fourth. All right, boys and girls, that is it for racing tonight. The weather guys got it right for a change. It rained pretty good here for a while. Anyway, looks like we made the right call, and I want to thank all our live stream viewers for tuning in. Get you all watching. Hopefully you had a good time. Hit the like, share, subscribe, follow, all those good things. And we're about to get into our podium ceremonies here, but we will catch you all next Thursday for Thursday Night Thunder on the off-road at 7 o'clock. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you then.